Hey everyone, today is a long-awaited return to ranked PvP gaming. We're in 5 out of 8 at the moment, so we're just waiting for more sinners to show up. Oh, just getting a wave. There we go. Yeah. I kind of got back into this yesterday. I was playing and actually thoroughly enjoyed myself. I didn't enjoy the previous meta too much, but this meta right now is very strange and actually feels pretty interesting for me to play because it's so strange. So send out the call for help. As Pot would call it, the SOS flare. Yeah, sorry if you saw a code vein on the thing at the beginning. It's because I rushingly made this stream. That is not the intention, I can assure you. It is always freedomless. Let's see what we got here. Notification. Wow, we got a lot of sinners around the fire today. We got Kukla, the person I called the other Luna, even though that's not their name. I apologize. We got 13 over there. We got Han standing up on the top over there. And then we got me in my Rin outfit today, and Persona. I was in the Naruto persona yesterday. I have too many identities. I can assure you Yagyu's making a comeback very soon. Just right now she's been on a bit of a break because she's got way too much free time. And I like to give the other people a bit more time on the stream. Oh, we also got Joe Biden, the 46th President of the United States. He's my accessory over there. He looks very grumpy. Oh. He's come to fix the problems with the panopticon system. Unfortunately, there is quite a few problems that he'll never be able to fix. Oh, also, you might have noticed that I am now in a different panopticon. I am now part of Hokkaido. Joined with the rest of the group. Since a lot of the English spinners have gone to the Hokkaido panopticon. Fresh Paul Freedom Wars. Welcome to the stream, Jacob. Oh, hey Tomato. Welcome. Let's see what our fellow sinners are using today. Looks like a typical build. Well, I say that, but it's actually a bit different. This one's more attack focused. Because usually you would like defense stack. But there's nothing wrong with this. Showing you out, my friend. Sure. Thanks. Thanks, Jacob. We got Easy Cats Pro, which is just standard assault rifle, I guess, and an SR-44ES, which is the ice variant, or the paradoxal variant of it. What has our friend here got? They are running the typical meta build. Nothing wrong with that, it's very standard and works. They have the AW M2E1. I forget which one that is. I think it's an impact variant. The impact variant of the Easy Cats. Easy Cats 2 Orcs, I guess. I think next time I should add a waiting horse timer. This center has not shared the rap sheet with me, but we can kind of check the basic info here. They have the Easy very fast for K1, AWM3EC. Welcome to the stream, Papa Bad Life. What about 13 here? He's using SR-42 Custom, AWM3EC. What about his orgs? He's using attack centers, defense centers, attack plus, health plus, and defense low health. Very interesting build. Not against it. Yeah. What's up, man? Accessories using AR-7L. Joe Biden here is derived off my Hibari character. So he is currently going to use this thing once we go to it, which is this one. Joe Biden carries around a minigun. Yeah, you can see it's power notch. We got power up, double XL, XL, the autocannon warm up speed, double XL and XL, firing speed up, double XL and XL, movement speed up, double XL and XL. The reason why I don't use clip size and caribou ammo, because I remember at least caribou ammo does not affect accessories, and nor does clip size. It's put into the client how many bullets they're going to shoot the accessories with each gun. Sleepy Joe, more like Sleepier Joe. More like Sleepy Joe. You're not wrong. The man's loving around a minigun. Let me put my PvP build on before I go with a PvE build. That would not be very good of me. What we got here is health double plus, attack centers, defense low health, acceleration, and defense centers. And we're using Easy Cats and SR. Both, well, this one's power notch, the other one's a clip notch, the SR. This is our modules loadout here. Bit of an interesting loadout. I only went for power up double XL, so then I can make room to have movement speed. And then on here it has both of them. Still unbeknownst if accuracy actually helps, because I was discussing this with someone yesterday. I feel like it helps with the deviation of the sniper shot. So I run it anyway, because I at least feel better running it. Shielding corn as usual. We got this for items. honestly might swap out the flash grenades. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see how the day goes. I might swap them out for extra healing.
They also tell me that entering this area is a serious violation of the people's code. Anyone unwise enough to do this is unlikely
notifications coming in.
For the greater good.
Yeah, it's amusing just to see Joe Biden holding a minigun running around. Apart from that, I gave him a salute on the rap sheet. Kind of fits him. His lines, probably. That's not a gun. That's a container full of hot burning freedom seeds. Yes. Yes. This is Biden's order set up just to show that he's he likes to charge at people, despite being in his like very late years in his life. He really likes charging at people. I don't know why. We can have a full chat with Biden.
Unproductive conversation is not possible at this time.
Wow. No matter his age, everyone's getting their organs liberated and Swiss cheese. Yes.
Unproductive conversation is not possible at this time.
Why is it not, Biden?
It is my responsibility to ensure optimal conditions for your joy and prosperity, Rin.
Great. I'm so glad it's your job to do that. You were the president after all. Let's push Biden. I'm mad how close you were getting to his voice down. Yes. You gotta say something.
The current topics of conversation, none.
Wow. Gave me the cold shoulder, didn't you, Biden? You know what? You deserve this. Get kicked. Bad Biden. Our comrades in Japan should be getting on by now as well, so hopefully it's not too long of a wait. I kind of just... I wish I had this game on my PS4, lol. I know it went on sale recently, but... yeah, I'm not sure if the sale's actually still going. Because it was on sale on like every single platform. At first it went on sale on the PlayStation platforms, and then it became on sale on the other one. Mainly in the Switch part of the Discord, lol. Fair enough. Yeah, I do try to interact with you guys. Because I don't really interact with some of the player bases, but I really try to. Who else is giving us a ping? Speaking of Switch, I see you guys are getting PvP matches going on over there as well. We play Waiting Wars together. Yes. The PvP for Switch is currently at 5 out of 8 in the ranked server over there. Biden, don't make me scold you, Biden. I've actually never done PvP, not even back in the Vita days. Yeah. I would say it's gonna be a bit of a learning curve, but just, you know, try it out when you can, and just, you know, try things and have a bit of fun with it. Oh, look, 2 Japanese comrades showed up. Well, I think JPEG might actually be a Western comrade, but even then, it's still nice to see them. Back in the Vita days, it was a lot more like it is in the current day meta, I would say. Today it feels like more random, you could use more things. Pre 1.08, it was more you had to use AW. But since AW got its splash nerf, it's a lot more kinder to fight now. There's gonna be some really tough competition in this lobby now. It'll make it interesting. Just need one more comrade to join us. Let me just quickly update the counter over in the server, so people are aware that we're waiting for one more person. There we go. All updated. And now let me put you guys back on screen. There we go.
Anyone unwise enough to contravene this directive will be severely reprimanded. You wouldn't do anything to hurt your Panopticon.
Come on, Biden. Make another person show up. Cut the Panopticon taxes. Oh wait, there is none. Natalia took all my taxes. I'm gonna kill her. It'd be funny to come to the PvP as Joe Biden one day and just mercilessly murder everyone. A pot had joined us. And we are off to the desert, where it's always hot and causes a lot of bother for people. So this map is very open. So there's not that much cover. Like, there are rocks to hide behind and get away. But the problem is that you could find yourself just laying out in the open somewhere. So you have to play this map very carefully. Especially that it's favored with sniper rifles. And in this game, one tap from a sniper rifle in the cranium is game over for your life. Regardless of what augmentations you're running. I think Pot's bugged. Pot hasn't been kicked into the game. Oh, good old Freedom Wars netcode. Oh, there we go. I was about to say. The old Freedom Wars netcode that just sometimes works.
Hostile forces detected. Orders are to deplete enemy sustainability.
Yeah, most accessories here are running ARs and Nambus because they have stuns. I'm very unique in the sense that I decide to run the...
Neutralize enemy forces behind a lot of time frame. Scan initiated. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
So the reason why I keep spamming that is because it enables the aim assist.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing
Which
temporary
allows me to
shutdown.
hit my shots easier.
Assistance required. Oh. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Ah, I got a headshot.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
And that's why I bring flashbangs.
Redeployment complete. Please minimize wasteful expenditure of life. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
That was a smart prioritized revive, I'm not gonna lie.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
There we go. Uh-oh.
The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained.
No,
Commencing
Biden.
temporary shutdown.
He was the hero we needed. But we never got.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Damn it, Biden. You had one job.
まだまだ一緒よ。体が動かない。
Cool, that is a risky revive, yeah. I wouldn't have tried that.
風が呼んでいる。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shut. Flames burn bright again.
Biden, you gotta carry on.
Only half the time
I
alone
did
though
not
this
have a chance
operation.
there.
My anger burns brighter.
Get rid of him, Biden.
風が呼んでいる。
Burn in the flames of envy. Critical
悲
damage.
しいわ。
Critical damage sustained.
Yeah, that was
Commence
kind
a
of a
temporary
stall.
shutdown.
The match was
Assistance
definitely
required.
balanced towards the end of the game, for sure. On that one. You do get those matches. We lost the comrade. I don't know if they left or they just got disconnected. I'm gonna assume they got disconnected.
Greetings, sinners. I've got an important message for you from the Joy and Prosperity Committee of the Director of Plant Production. Love is counterproductive and a waste of valuable time and resources. Sinners are strictly prohibited from engaging in it. Anyone unwise enough to contravene this directive will be severely reprimanded.
So we got Hana, the other Luna, as I call them. I apologize again. I just don't really remember your name. I don't mean that in a nasty way. There's a lot of people to remember. We got Kukla, another person who streams, Japanese player. We got the image format JPEG. Honestly, I'd rather use PNGs. The amount of flashbangs I get thrown in my face. We got Devin using his other name. And we also have Hot using a different name. Thanks for the follow, Power Noir. Hope you're enjoying the stream and hope you continue to return.
Greetings. This is Percy Potter, the People's Pal. I've got an important message for you from the Renewable Resources Committee to direct You cannot become as currently suffering from a lack of devotion to the cause. We must never forget that sustainable production is essential if we want our Panopticon to carry on being the most joyful place in the whole wide world. Surely no one's harboring counterproductive thoughts, are they? They better not be.
Yeah, we are waiting for one more person to come join us. I didn't know JPEG snagged hosts from Hana. That's kind of interesting. should give you guys an inventory update. Since, I know some people are very interested in the amount of weapons I have. And, you know, like upgraded. So all these rarity 8 weapons are weapons that I have finished. They might not necessarily be modded right now due to the fact that getting modules in this game can be a pain in my ass half the time. This is one of my old snipers. It has headshot multiplier, and then this one has power. The one I'm using currently has clip. And then there's a couple projects in the works, like the Scorch Shadow, that just hasn't been finished. This AEW is just a drop. I haven't actually done anything with that. Escalon. We got a Barber's that's 6 slots at the moment. Honestly, what is the Barber's? It's a power. I have a different one, I think, that's Clip. It's the Joy Shop 2. And that one is finished. Which is this one. It does have mods on it. I'm not very good with the barb though. Got quick chance things here. Oh, comrade. Oh no, it's just Pot. He left to change names to Pot again. He's now become Pot.
Feels great to let us know that any fellow synergy suspect of being guilty is being delivered with their hair style for the greater good.
Hopefully we find an 8th person soon, because I don't really want the stream to just be one PvP match. It wouldn't be the most entertaining thing. I don't want to chuck streams in the failure pile, as I call it. It's basically just a playlist on my channel over on YouTube where streams that don't really pan out go. Like they failed in achieving what goal they have. So they're still watchable, it's just they're going to be messed up in a pile of things that didn't really work. I think there's only like 1 or 2 streams in that pile right now. Content.
And you've all been given the day off from voluntary contribution operations to attend. Hold on. Let's be nice and ready the next time retribution comes. For the greater good.
Look at Biden. He was your former president. Also, for people not aware, this is a neat feature they added in 1.07. You can now hide most elements of the UI by just holding the right trigger. Which is actually really cool. So I can hide people's names, I can hide, you know, like this little UI on the side, and all of the button UI, so it's good to take pictures. The only thing it doesn't hide is the matching thing at the top right, and I get why it doesn't hide that, because, you know, some people might not realize they're in matchmaking. Now it shows an option to hide it, but hey, you never know. They're still patching this game, to my knowledge.
Yes to donation, no to temptation. Try repeating this slogan until you've learned it by heart. For the greater good.
Look at Joe Biden's daintily walk. What president is walking? He does not care. As long as he gets to follow me and find out what the fuck I'm doing, he will do this walk all day. He looks like he's just like gone to the toilet and he failed to get it out. Honestly, some of the walking in this game is interesting. If I run, I love the run too. He looks like he's tired.
Regrettably, there are no notifications for you at this time, Rin.
Okay. Doing the back-to-back with Joe Biden. Waiting wars is going on. I got lots of things in pipeline for the community at the moment. That's why I hadn't really been hitting the streams lately. Project to be revealed in a couple days. It's very massive. It's the biggest project I've undertaken for anything I've ever done. I suspect this could last upwards to a couple months, maybe even a year, to get this, you know, this project done correctly. But the project will I feel will help many people.
Seeing something with me, raise the alarm and have me there in a jiffy. Try repeating
I
this
won't
slowly
disclose
until
details
the
on it
radio
right now
bypass.
because it's not ready enough for me to do so. But when I do, I think a lot of people will appreciate what I'm doing. And it won't just be, you know, our PC fan base, it will be the PlayStation players, the Switch players, even the Vita players to an extent. If they're, you know, still around playing on X-Link Kai. I know there are a couple still playing. And I will announce a lot more to people soon about that project because I'm potentially going to need the community's assistance with this. So, if you're on the PC version of the game, as long as you're in the unofficial Discord, because we now do have exclamation mark commands, like shouts, I believe they are, or they're just commands. So if you do exclamation mark FW Discord in the chat, it will give you a link to the unofficial Discord server for Real Mars. So let me just send that to people. I don't know if this works in YouTube, but apparently it does. Maybe I have to come to the actual to the actual Twitch chat. Give me a second.
Greetings, sinners. It's time for this moment of the day, courtesy of your friends at the Joy and Prosperity Community.
If it doesn't work in there, I will stop doing it because that means it's not functioning, and I will have to figure that out later. Yeah, it's not functioning, but yeah, that command usually will send a link to the unofficial Discord server, which I'll just send what it would have sent. People can access that. I know this isn't the most interesting thing to watch right now, but I'm trying to make it at least somewhat more interesting. I apologize for all the waiting. If you join that Discord server and you're on the PC version of the game, I could definitely, you know, call upon your help for the massive project that's coming up. Who left? It's Pot. Is there a bridge going on that I'm not aware of? Oh, yeah. Pot's trying to bridge, so that would be why he keeps on leaving. Just as a FYI to people. He's not leaving because he wants to get out of here. He's just leaving because he's trying to pick someone up. So essentially what bridging is is you'll pick a player up that's too low to get in because like our host right now is ranked 19. We do not have any communication with that host, so we can't tell them to sit out the lobby. So what Pot's gonna do, since he can connect to both the lobbies, is he's gonna connect to the low level player, become the host of the lobby, and drag them into here forcefully. Because the game only looks at the host ring of the lobby. Okay, that isn't the person we're bridging, but hey. We'll take it. Even though this match really doesn't look good for us. Unfortunately, the game is dishing us out a dish of pain. Don't say our team's bad. That isn't the problem here. The problem is that the teams are imbalanced. Our teammates are fine. The team is just that, you know, their team's just got more experience behind them than ours. Are we gonna just sit down and accept our loss? No. We're gonna sit here and fight. Because that's what we do.
Neutralize enemy forces within allotted time frames.
Oh, I got a headshot.
Critical damage
Oh,
sustained.
Biden.
Commencing temporary
Go.
shutdown.
Get up, man. You got this. Put up those
The
Biden.
flames burn bright again.
I'm glad to hear it, man.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Oh, that healing form is doing us no favors.
Critical damage sustained.
I don't like the fact that
Commencing
Lola
temporary
is behind
shutdown.
us.
Assistance
We're trying to
required.
keep an eye on it. The problem is we get too focused on the flames, and then we just can't get the flames, so we're gonna have a problem.
Critical damage sustained. The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, I need to cover. Oh.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing
Air,
temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Better team is the pro. Again.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I like how everyone's bringing flashbangs to deal with that. It's actually kind of funny.
Health scan initiated.
Oh, I actually managed to stop that revive. I only just noticed. I stopped it at the last possible frame.
Critical damage
No, Joe
sustained.
Biden.
Commencing temporary
You're
shutdown.
the chosen one.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I'd do that to prevent the revive. I know it's risky, but I don't want him to get a free revive.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance
Use
required.
Reform to get out of that. 'Cause that's not interesting for us. Oh, who the heck is licking flashbangs like that?
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Only half the time allotted of this operation remains. Critical
Get the
damage
image format.
sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Let him get away.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
We're actually kind of taking it, though. I'm not gonna lie. We're kind of taking it. Too. Uh-oh. That's bad.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
That's why I wanted to use anti-flash on him. Or anti-flash on him. Especially when you use a flash grenade entirely. I don't want them to use anti-flash. So I think cause a lot of problems. They'll just choose what they use.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I just get greedy.
Caution. Allotted operation time almost expired. Sustainability of enemy forces reduced to 50%. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary
I was hoping I
shutdown.
could get Devin down before I
Assistance
got
required.
the JPEG, but yeah, I will as well.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna swap the flashes out, maybe. I know it's a risky move, but I need the additional. I got everybody. I'm good with that. There we go. So we now have 10 sources of healing as opposed to 5. So we double our healing. I'm gonna have to be careful here. This match is not gonna be easy. It's actually pretty fair by the looks of it.
Utilize
Maybe a
enemy
bit more
forces
balance
within
on
a lot
their
of time
side.
frames.
I feel like we haven't played like Gandalf match. I genuinely feel like there is a chance.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. The flames burn bright again. My anger burns brighter. Burning the flames of envy. Trash. Current orders cannot be carried out.
Wow,
Reverting
that was
to basic
fun.
orders.
I don't know how I got that revived, and I'm not complaining.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Oh, defense, low health.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Let's give ourselves a defense. Important to keep that up.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing
You're
temporary
losing
shutdown.
like a lot of damage.
Assistance required. The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Only half the time allotted of this operation remains. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Pretty sure for steel, but sure.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired. Sustainability of allied forces reduced to 50%.
Oh no.
Advise treatment of injuries. Sustainability of enemy forces reduced to 50%. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained.
I can tank
Commencing
this.
temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
A tank long enough.
Contribution acknowledged.
Yeah.
Standing down. Donate resources to the Ministry of Productivity.
I believed
Learning.
in us. It turned a bit nasty for a little bit there, but I feel like we regained control right near the end at the right time, and we were able to pull it back. We lost the comrade. It was JPEG that we lost. Everything they got DC'd. Which they were promptly replaced by Wraith. I don't know how I feel about this one. We had the potential to lose this. We also had the potential to win this. It's so hard to tell. I reckon this match is going to be genuinely pretty interesting.
Neutralize enemy forces within a lot of time frame. Damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Sorry, Joe, but I'm leaving you. You are in the worst place I can
Critical
kill
damage
with
sustained.
right now.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
We're too blind. You're not getting away.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
That was dodgy. Like, the way I played that was very dodgy.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again.
I feel like this one's just gonna be rough, but I feel like we do have a chance. It's all gonna come down to how we can get them off guard.
My anger burns brighter.
And I don't sit there reviving in the ocean. Would help.
Burn in the flames
To
event.
be fair, I thought it
Critical
was
damage
safe,
sustained.
but I lacked
Commencing
the
temporary
awareness to
shutdown.
realize that was not the case.
flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Oh, that's so cheeky. Damn.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I expect nothing less from Pot on that one. That was annoying on his body too. Control it. Was that a bouncing grenade? I can't take it.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Man, this match is getting spicy.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
I don't know where I'm getting
required.
shot anymore. Just kidding. I
Only
actually
half the
don't know
time
what the
alone
hell
of this
shooting me.
operation remains. Critical damage sustained.
When
Commencing
he gets to that
temporary
stage, you're
shutdown.
pretty much screwed.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Wow, that can hurt. Over there.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance
I
required.
plugged the AEW.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired.
I got you, Luna.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Oh, that's not good.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Again.
Assistance required.
Woo. Oh boy. Yeah, that's not fun.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
They converged hard. I made sure we got the message that they weren't going to sit down, accept their fates on this one.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh my god, that was close. Oh, that's another W in the bag. We're taking the trip to the desert again, where it all started.
Hostile. Neutralize enemy forces within allotted time frame.
I need to put this down immediately, otherwise they're gonna snipe it. Go on, Biden. You got this.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Show them your presidential glory.
The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
No, Joe Biden. Oh, I need to get out of that.
Critical damage sustained.
Or just take a few bullets to the spinal.
Assistance
Usually
required.
fixes the problem. The old spinal cord.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Bring the accessories to the floor, and then they have to keep wasting your power getting them up.
Critical damage
Oh my
sustained.
god, my HP is getting
Commencing
melted.
temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
You gotta
Assistance
make the
required.
spinal filled with bullets.
The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
無理しないで。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
You're not going down yet, Devin.
体が動かない。
Anyone wants to kill you, it'd be me.
風が呼んでいる。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, 93 in the
flames burn
skull.
bright again.
Got a 139 there.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
How am I looking? Yeah, I'm looking good on ammo. Ammo.
Critical damage sustained.
Health is that?
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I hear my healthy spinal cord sounds nice at this time of year.
立てますよ。
いい。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Ah, I shot so many people and I didn't kill one of them.
Critical damage sustained.
まだまだ一緒。
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Alright.
Caution. Allotted operation time almost expired.
私を守って。
Critical damage sustained.
Oh, that hit me a frame
Temporary
earlier, I
shutdown.
would have lost that.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh no. I think this is such a bad idea.
体が動かない。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing
it was a
temporary
bad idea.
shutdown. Assistance required.
I proceeded to do it anyway.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Sustainability of allied forces reduced to 50%. Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
Ah, reload killed me. Damn it.
Redeployment
風が
complete.
呼んでいる。
Please critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
これも運命だ。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Yeah, I was shooting a lot, but I was not killing too much. That was my problem. Overall, we're still very positive though. Because we started at like 2,900 odd. Now we're at 3,014. So really, we were at 3,034 before.
I've got an important message for you from my mirror.
Yeah, we're pretty solid though still. I hope everyone's enjoying the return of the PvP content. Like I said, it's in a much better spot these days. The meta before was just not fun. I was not having fun. But now, this meta right now is actually pretty good. Oh, congratulations to Kukla, by the way. They've escaped the bronze. They are now in silver rank. Good job, comrade.
Hostile forces detected. Orders are to deplete enemy sustain.
Honestly, thoroughly deserved.
Neutralize enemy forces with
I
dynamite
was
time
about to
frame.
go behind the rock, but then I remembered that Esther's on my team. Esther's very good at sniping. Oh, I lost someone. But no, that doesn't work. No, that's on the enemy team actually. That was good. Unfortunately, disconnections do happen. It's funny because the game doesn't force you to have 8 people, but yeah, if someone disconnects during a match, it doesn't fucking matter. The game doesn't seem to care. I guess it's coded to not give a snap. Esta, Hana, and you look the same there. We kind of do, actually. That's funny, because we all hail from the same panopticon now. It's like a panopticon haircut. It sounds like a fucking North Korea or something. Oh my god, Luna, what is that movement? Holy crap, you live. I am not even kidding. I am impressed.
Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
Biden saved my ass there. I'm not even gonna lie.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
What? Staying out of the
Critical damage
I
sustained.
kind of don't even want to
Commencing
shoot
temporary
him.
shutdown. Assistance
I know
required.
it's part of the game.
The flames burn bright again.
'Cause they did lose one. But I'm just like... this is kind of interesting.
Sustainability of enemy forces reduced to 50%.
Pot, what are you doing? I'm just gonna kind of like chill, because I feel like it's a bit unfair. I'm gonna let Biden fight, but that's it. I'm not fighting, unless someone tries to fight me like that, then I have to fight. The reason why I'm letting Biden fight is just because I don't have commands to stop him fighting. He's just gonna do whatever he wants.
Sustainability of enemy forces at critical level.
He's the president, after all.
Only half the time allotted of this operation remains.
I'm not even fighting. I'm just letting Biden take care of it. There you go, Biden. Have a shield boost, even though you don't need it. Well, I get it. They want to get the match done with because this match is actually unfair now. Because
Contribution acknowledged.
they've been getting
Standing down.
I don't even feel proud of that win. That's why I just let that run. Good try, guys.
Donate resources to the Ministry of Productivity to earn entitlement points.
Honestly, all my kills are Biden, apart from like one. Because at that point, the first kill was like when I decided, this is a bit unfair, I should just let it go. See what happens. Basically, undid the loss we had. And we're about to lose anyway. Guess the game is doing its favorite thing. Matching 4 golds and stars against silvers. Fair matchmaking, by the way. Fair matchmaking. Can't get any fairer than this. It's interesting that the game actually wants to do this all the time. It's large facility as well, which makes this like 6 times worse. I mean, the only thing that could be worse is desert.
Orders are to deplete enemy sustainability.
Desert would be the absolute killer.
Neutralize enemy forces within a lot of time frame. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again.
I don't know why I didn't bother to try and evade that. I just kind of accepted it.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
風が呼んでいる
The flames burn bright again.
Always feels bad when your gun's doing 1 damage. Wait, what the fuck? That looks so bad. The fucking ammo is flying out the sky.
Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
Oh, that's not
Critical
good.
damage sustained.
Yeah, we get out of
Commencing
that.
temporary shutdown.
Not unless we go to backup. There is backup on the mic. More defense.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh,
Critical damage sustained. Commencing
I got
temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
無理しないで
expired.
やってない
I didn't get a chance.
まだまだ一緒よ
Gonna go down here and reapply.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Murder.
Assistance required.
Oh, that was pretty big. Get up.
まだ戦える
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Oh. Come on, Joe, get up. I know you like to sleep in your election, fucking
Critical damage sustained.
damn.
Commencing temporary shutdown.
Dude
Assistance
sleeps far
required.
too much. On my liking. You even voted this one. Getting none done.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
I like to
Assistance
stay in
required.
there so much like not.
残念だわ
I'm getting to an early grave.
まだまだ一緒よ
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Sniping might not be the worst idea here, depending on how things go.
Only half the time allotted of this operation remains.
やあ
Triangle.
Joe, please.
Critical
Fight.
damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Biden, you're supposed to fight,
もう
not
一度
fight.
戦うわまだ戦え
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Biden, not fighting. Simply to save lives.
どうやあ
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
やあ体が もう一度戦うわ。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired. Sustainability of allied forces at critical level. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, what a terrible spawn. I actually do deserve to fight for this one.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Fight.
Operation failed. Please vacate the battlefield.
I didn't do that one. We were gonna lose. It's just Freedom Wars doing what Freedom Wars does. Just decides that 4-star ranks and golds together is a completely fair match against silvers. Yeah. And now we're having the opposite match, where I got a team that's basically going to crush the enemies. the Freedom Wars way.
Hostile forces detected. Orders are to deplete enemy sustainability. Neutralize enemy forces within allotted time frame.
Grab these speed. Like, the only way I win that extra 1v1 kill is I have to get that headshot. Or I land the 3 consecutive shots. If I don't do any of those, I'm done. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna receive that back. Alright, Biden. Special mission, let's try and do something as a go.
Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
Either that or we can just gang up on extra and we'll win. That. Very bueno.
My anger burns brighter. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
You can get up, mate.
まだ戦える
Start playing.
The critical damage
That's the
sustained.
wrong person to press the
Commencing
button.
temporary shutdown.
Oh, we're so dead. Yep. We overstayed our welcome.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
風が呼んでいる
And we also don't have a defense buff anymore, so we were well within one-shot territory.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Yeah, we
Assistance
don't
required.
take any more pot shots from there. Unless we value our distance less than some other thing. Ow. Defense buff came in clutch
Critical
there.
damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Heal.
I say we just get out of that. Unless we got
Only
someone
half the
helping
time
us.
allotted on this operation remains. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Get up, Biden.
The flames burn bright again. My anger.
I got lucky.
Burns brighter.
A few shots were missed.
Burn in the flames of envy. Trash.
Take this, Biden.
Current orders cannot be carried out. Reverting to basic orders.
Again.
Sustainability of enemy forces reduced to 50%. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired.
Get out.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
That's allowing Devin to win this.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again. Sustainability of enemy forces at critical level. Redeployment complete. Please minimize wasteful expenditure of life. Sustainability of allied forces reduced to 50%. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Greetings, sinners. I've got an important message for you from the joy and prosperity committee of the Directorate of Plant Production. Are you feeling bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today? I hope so, because failure to get adequate rest is a drain on your Panopticon's valuable resources. And nobody wants to be an underperforming, counterproductive rest now, do they? Don't let your pal curse you down.
Sorry, this pauses in the commentary. It's because background stuff.
deception known as the Sound Guard.
That match was very hard fought.
That means
We got very lucky.
you never dreamed of, of course. You also tell me that entering this area is a serious violation of the People's Code, and anyone unwise enough to do this is unlikely.
I'm very sweaty from those matches. Oh man. I will not deny that they are very difficult fights, for sure. But I am actually having fun, so that's fine. Yes. I hear the sound of it rolling. Wait, what? I heard the sound. You heard it too, didn't you? What was that about? Beep, 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 beep. There we go. King just completely freaked out. This is gonna be another hard match. Even though we technically have the rank advantages, I feel this is gonna be difficult. But I'm enjoying these difficult matches. I hope everyone else is enjoying this. If you haven't, don't forget to subscribe or follow, depending on which platform you are present on. There'll be more in the future. That's what I'm trying to say. The discontinued label will be coming off the PvP.
Hostile forces detected.
Like the
Orders are
playlist.
to deplete enemy
I
sustainability.
discontinued it at the time because there was way too much AEW. It was just not fun. But now it's actually in a state that I can actually enjoy it.
Neutralize enemy forces within allotted time frame.
I like the ranked environment right
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
now. Get up, Biden. They can put you down, but you always get back up.
The flames burn bright again.
Oh. What is this rolling? I need to get
My anger burns brighter. Burning the flames of envy. Trash.
Gotcha. Just had to use my teammate as
Current
bait.
orders cannot be carried
As
out.
bad as that sounds.
Reverting to basic orders. Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary
When I
shutdown.
say it like that, it sounds really bad. But for certain cases that I was just using them to draw our enemy out so that we could get a free kill.
Critical damage sustained.
So be focused.
Commencing temporary shutdown.
Get up,
Assistance
Biden.
required. The flames burn bright again.
Thanks, Biden. You know who to kill. Joe Biden saving my existence. As the president usually does.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained.
That's not nice.
Commencing temporary shutdown.
I told you it's not nice.
Assistance required.
Game feels very, very laggy. Let me try going out of the room with this footage. Usually that helps. I totally know why. The thing about a Discord makes me feel lag. It's in focus.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. The flames burn bright again. Caution, will all levels critical. Thorn functionality at risk. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Put us all back in the spot where we
Critical
fight.
damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
That was a smart way to approach that fight. I took Esther from the side because I knew I would have a
The
chance.
flames burn bright again. Only half the time allotted of this operation remains. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Can I was using it.
Critical damage sustained.
Exploded.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, that's a Devil's game to be playing right there. This is a Devil's game though. I was just drawing AAWs to me.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, this is so risky. How did I get away with that? A revive frame was tight.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh,
Critical
but
damage sustained.
yeah, I didn't have to do
Commencing
that.
temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I really need a ground one so I can get more damage. Dude, that was a lucky headshot on the other. Whichever one happens first.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Sustainability of enemy forces at critical level. Sustainability of allied forces reduced to 50%.
Oh! I did not see that. Take damn daily for it, that's what.
Redeployment complete. Please minimize wasteful critical damage.
私生きてる
These matches. These matches are very interesting. Ooh, that's good. Yep, Freedom Lure is giving me a kick in the reality shin. Make me feel the epitome of my own pain. The game really do this. Sometimes. It just randomly decides that, you know, this is the fairest match in the game that it can create. I just realized chance numbers.
Hostile forces detected.
There we go.
Orders are to
I can see
deplete
you
enemy
guys again.
sustainability.
Remember, just leave comments if you want to have a chat.
Neutralize enemy forces within allotted time frame.
If they're within reach, of course.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oof. Tell me vibration.
風が呼んでいる
Feels really like
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, what a terrible place to spawn. Oh, don't get me wrong, I put enough pressure on to make them retreat, but it really is a terrible place. I just want to get out of that. I don't really want to fight it.
Critical
Even though
damage
I'm about to
sustained.
get pursued.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries. My anger. Burn critical damage sustained.
Poor fight.
Commencing temporary shutdown.
もう一度戦うわ
Must have hurt his old back. Poor guy.
Critical
He does really
damage
try to
sustained.
fight.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I'm just using regular first aid like a Chad over here. Apparently.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
One kill.
Critical damage sustained.
This
Commencing
mess.
temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, I already told that. The only place to get any kills. At least let's make some tag before you consider it. Oh boy, that's not good.
Critical damage
Damn it.
sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Oh, fuck me.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Yeah, I'm dead. I'm dead. I don't even know where I'm getting shot from. All I knew is I was getting shot. I don't know where from.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I'm really trying to make the best of a bad situation here.
Only half the time allotted of this operation remains. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage
Oh, there's
sustained.
like 3 people
Commencing
waiting to
temporary
block my
shutdown.
brains in.
Assistance required. The flames burn bright again.
I should dive from the
Sustainability of critical damage
I think I
sustained.
can get something
Commencing
going
temporary
if I play
shutdown.
from behind.
Critical damage
I think I
sustained.
can take that accessory
Commencing
out the
temporary
game
shutdown.
play.
Assistance required.
That was interesting life. I'd rather not
Critical damage
discuss whatever
sustained.
that life was.
Commencing. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Not much else I could have done. I tried every tactic in the book and I could only summon up a couple kills. Which honestly is a lot more kills than I thought I was gonna get. Either way, we're still doing very well. This match could get interesting though. I have a belief we could win this if we can shut down Devin. If he's not using Gratian like he was there, and we can shut him down, we win. I think. I just have a good feeling about it. See if we can continue to stay on a very positive trend. So far, I gotta say that we are doing very well.
Hostile forces detected. Orders are to deplete enemy sustainability.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Devin's using.
Neutralize enemy forces within allotted time frame.
We have a very strong core of people here.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
No.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I don't like this. That revive was very ambitious. And not very worth. Because it literally just costed us very
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, easy integration. That's not good.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, I don't know how we won that duel, but I'm gonna take it. I got kicked off.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Duel got very spicy.
Critical damage sustained.
Joe
Commencing
Biden.
temporary shutdown.
He's the
Assistance
president
required.
we need right now.
The flames burn bright again.
Get in there, Biden. Show them why you won the election.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
He fucking got it. Oh, that's so good.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Uh-oh. Ow, they'll shoot me in the butt. Oh, this is so ambitious. Especially power damage too. I'm playing like that. I kind of deserve something.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, come on. Yes. managed to keep him alive long enough to get him alive. Come here, Devin. You're not getting away.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Oh, only half the time allotted of this operation remains. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary
I'm putting
shutdown.
down my thing.
Critical
Oh
damage
my
sustained.
god, how many times am I gonna
Commencing
miss
temporary
damage?
shutdown. Assistance required.
There we go. Get home. There we go. Come on, Devin. I took it from the spine somewhere, I think.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Thankfully, our teammates are literally like going crazy. We're able to push quite comfortably. Oh, flashbang.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired.
Reload our gun. We can put ourselves in the best possible position to win future gunfight.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. The flames burn bright again.
Thanks, Biden. You gave me an adrenaline. That's nice.
Sustainability of enemy forces reduced to 50%. Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
I know that, Biden. I would love if you just fucking help. I don't know what you're doing. Too late now, Joe. You
Sustainability critical
chunk.
damage sustained.
And then he died.
Commencing temporary
Good job,
shutdown.
Joe.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I barely lost the gun door.
The flames burn bright again.
So nice. This is such an interesting battle.
Redeployment complete. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Whew. I did what I needed to do. Oh man. These matches. They make you sweat. We're 80 points away from the rank up to 16, which will be the highest I've ever been in the remastered version of the game.
important message for you from the Renewable Resource Committee of the Directorate of Plant Production.
Luna is going off to sleep, I believe, at this point, since it is very late in Japan. 1 a.m. going towards 2 a.m. I believe. No, actually it's 12 going on to 1 at the current minutes. Because we're in summertime over here, so 12 a.m. is 4 p.m. over there. So yeah, since Japan doesn't have daylight savings time. Excuse me. We now await one more comrade to show themselves. Maybe a JPEG will show up for all we know. Or the room might collapse in on itself. We just don't know. If it does, that will be the end of the stream. But if it doesn't, then we'll keep on going. We've lost Pot. Oh wait, no, Pot is bridging. So, yeah. So far, we're actually keeping up, which is very, very promising. Someone's trying to join, but the connection is not going through correctly. Oh, there we go. Oh, wait, no. I think the game is trying to force connect Pop back into the room, and he's preventing it. I'm gonna hit us into intermission for about 2 or 3 minutes, just so I don't get my computer screen. If the if Pot comes back with our Birch teammate, then I will end intermission and we will come back. Otherwise, welcome to intermission screen.
Also known as the people's path. You don't want to be a venomous, counterproductive drain on your society.
have a match. I just let the intermission finish out. So, yeah.
Neutralize enemy forces within allotted time frame.
His name is King Kong. Pick one in the accessory down.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Get up, Devin.
無理しないで
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Damn it! Couldn't hit the hill in time.
優しいうん
Get out. That's too greedy. They would be fine if I could do but they won't. It was way too greedy to be
Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
Damn it. I felt them.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
もう一度戦うわ
That closing will harm them good.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
体が動かない
Assistance required.
That has got to be the worst death I've ever given up.
ありがとう 体が動かない
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary
No
shutdown.
one's aware that.
Assistance required.
まだまだ一緒よやあ
I have a feeling there's a mine somewhere. Yep.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
残念だわ
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance
What
required.
are we doing? We need to get back together. We were doing so well, and now we're just letting ourselves get shot down.
無理しないで
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Only half the time a Modinotus operation remains. capture. Burn critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
まだ戦える
The flames burn bright again.
There we go. See, when we get back
Sustainability of
into
enemy forces
bringing
reduced to
outlays to like we
50%.
are now, I
ま
feel
だ
like we
戦える
just get things done.
Caution, allotted operation time almost expired.
Right for the cranium. There was no
Sustainability
evidence
of
for
enemy
that.
forces at critical level.
Nobody was living for a shot like that.
優しい
Oh, Biden took care of himself. Biden was angry. Don't blame Joe. He did lose the election. I ain't gonna get that person this time.
まだ戦える
It's too risky too. See if Han's already there. I'm pretty sure.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
I missed that.
無理しないで
How did I miss the form?
The flames burn bright again.
That was hot. I don't know. Warning me. That sounds bad. I can't think of any better way to
無
say
理
it.
しないで
Sustainability of allied forces for critical damage sustained. Commencing temp.
風も喜んでる
Some of these matches can push you.
Greetings, sinners. I've got an important message for you from the joy and prosperity committee of the Directorate of Plan Production. Are you feeling bright-eyed and virgin-filled today? I hope so, because fingers that have a virtually drain on this synoptic concept resources. And nobody wants to be an underperformer, huh?
Alright. What's the team? X is on the other team, Race on the other team. That's a pretty balanced match, honestly. The Supreme Leader is on the other team too. Which is interesting.
Hostile forces detected. Orders are to deplete enemy sustainability. within allotted time frame.
Let's push our sitting cells towards almost certain trust.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Didn't the Wraith take
The flames burn bright again.
that is actually more favorable.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
If Devin was on the enemy team, I'd have a lot more
私
cover.
を守って
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
That's fine. It's not fine, but it's fine enough. I knew you were there, Supreme Leader, man. Nobody else did.
The flames burn bright again.
もう一度戦うわもう一度
Biden took care of it.
Redeployment complete. Please minimize wasteful expenditure of
Oh
life.
my god, Biden went on a fucking spree.
Critical
Oh,
damage
that was on my
sustained.
team.
Commencing temporary
まだ
shutdown.
戦える
Get a Biden. I knew that.
まだ
Flames
戦
burn
え
bright
る
again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Oh boy.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing
That was the
temporary
worst thing they
shutdown.
could have done. Put that
Assistance
AEW
required.
away. They should have continued blocking. They gave me an excuse to try and live. Yeah, I'm just gonna go this way. Okay.
Critical damage. The flames burn bright again. Health scan initiated. Advise
Ooh.
treatment of injuries.
A triple.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary
Tell
shutdown.
me the triple shot.
しないで
The flames burn bright again.
Yeah.
My anger. Critical damage sustained. Commencing
Get up there,
temporary
Biden.
shutdown.
無理しないで
Critical
Okay,
damage
Kim, I've had
sustained.
enough.
Commencing temporary shutdown.
That's really serious. I'm going to end this.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Told you, I'm not gonna let you get away. I've had enough of this.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance
No
required.
one's putting pressure on the sniper, so it is
Only
even
half
just
the
go
time
for it.
allotted of this operation
無理
remains.
する
You know, leave them to die.
Deployment complete. Please minimize wasteful expenditure of life. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I really need more,
The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, that 18 damage is definitely
The flames burn bright again. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired. Caution, will all levels critical. Foreign functionality at risk. Operation failed. Please vacate the battlefield.
spent too much time reviving there, to be honest. Should have just left the accessories, but I feel like it gave us a bit of push. So, I'm debating if that was the correct choice. Part of me's like, yes. The other part of me's like, nah.
flexibility. The section known as the cell garden is strictly off limits. That means you don't go there ever. Not that you ever dream, of course. They also tell me that entering this area is a serious violation of the people's code, and anyone unwise enough to do this is unlikely to do it twice. For the greater good. For the greater good.
There will be a change of personnel. Pride Axe is just being bridged in. Pop's gonna leave off this match and that's just gonna come back.
Hostile forces detected. Orders are to deplete enemy sustainability.
And then we should have our 8. As long as people don't go to sleep, it's good.
Neutralize enemy forces will find a lot of time frames.
We just quiet up one to the background. Yeah. They got creative. Make sure we secure our kill.
What is neither?
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
No, Devin.
もう一度戦うわ。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
風が呼んでいる。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Only half the time unloading of this operation remains. Sustainability of an caution. Allotted operation time almost expired. My anger. Words brighter. Burn in the flames of empty trash. Sustainability of allied forces reduced to 50%. Current orders cannot be carried out. Reverting to basic orders. Sustainability of enemy forces at critical level. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
There's a fight. Yeah, that's the problem. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's the problem with the microphone, by the way. Sorry, it just happened. The host is Esther now. Odds question.
Hostile forces detected. Orders are to deplete enemy sustainability. Neutralize enemy forces within allotted time frame.
Yeah, matches there are little. They're very bushy, honestly, but they're actually enjoyable to play. Oh, I think I hit the Supreme Leader. Easy for North Korea.
Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
Whew, I got my butt filled. I could have ended way worse.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Another bite.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Shut up, Biden.
Flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Damn it. Getting ping pong.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Flames burn bright again. My anger burns brighter. Burn in the flames of envy. Trash. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
That makes a change.
Critical
That's so
damage
risky,
sustained.
I can't think.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. The flames burn bright again.
Blimey. Oh, for your health kits there.
Only half the time of Moginova's operation remain. Critical damage sustained.
Make you pay for it.
Commencing temporary shutdown.
Every single health kit you used.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I need your ammo, but I get
The flames burn bright again. My anger burns brighter. Burn in the flames of envy. Trash. Current orders cannot be carried out. Reverting to basic orders.
I need a ninja and stop him from getting that revived.
Redeployment complete. Please minimize waste.
Biden decided he wanted to jump in. So it's to get very...
Allotted operation time almost expired. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
無理しないで。まだ戦える。
The flames burn bright again. My anger burns brighter. Burning the flames of envy. Trash. My anger burns brighter. Burning the flames of envy. Trash. Sustainability of enemy forces at critical level. Current orders cannot be carried out. Reverting to basic orders. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
もう一度戦うわ。
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The system of flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
That was a bit rookie on me. I didn't like that. The way I
Critical
played that
damage
was
sustained.
terrible.
Commencing temporary shutdown.
まだまだ一緒。
Assistance required.
Nice! We're hitting levels. We've now entered unknown territory. Well, to be fair, I know this territory in the beta, but we're entering age in Remastered that we never got to. Biden doing some solid killing. For the Supreme Leader. I'm sorry, Pup, but I have to put the Supreme Leader down. He keeps on trying to spare me. Hey. The room's blocked. Basically broken. I think that match broke Freedom Wars. It doesn't know what to do anymore. It's just kind of sitting here. I think it's Esther that's bugged. This is telling me that Esther's in the menu right now. Okay, no, now it's fixed. What? We all just entered. There we go. The Wars finally figured it out. It just took a minute. You have to give it a sweet time, and then it'll figure out how to work. Man, I'm very pleased with my efforts today so far. I'm keeping this up.
Neutralize enemy forces within a lot of time frame.
It really helps not having the water damage during this match.
Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. My anger burns brighter. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Your anger burned brighter. When you just gave up.
Critical damage
I
sustained.
think his anger burned so
Middle
bright he
flame
got
burned bright again.
Man, my team are opponents. I'm sorry. That was nasty.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Shut up, Biden.
The flames burn bright again. Only half the time allotted of this operation remains. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Ah, I don't reload the gun. I'll pick up Joe Biden.
The flames burn bright again. The Sustainability of
the way
enemy
I
forces
said that
reduced to
goes
50%.
down without any context.
Critical damage sustained.
Ah,
Commencing temporary shutdown.
interest.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Damn it.
Caution, allotted operation time almost expired. Redeployment. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, I was trying to help Devin. I really was. I was trying to be a good Samaritan for him. I ended up
Critical
dying.
damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. The flames burn bright again.
We need them from behind. This is another large thing. Doing what we're doing.
Redeployment complete. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Yeah, I survived. I survived getting freaking speared. Who are we up against? Oh, Devin's in the enemy team. Bright Axe has been giving me a bit of trouble lately. It's 3 leaders on our team now, I do believe. It is desert. So there's high chance we have a good chance. I will probably wrap things up in about 20 minutes or so, though. By the way, for anyone that's in this match, like in this session. I'm gonna wrap this session up in 20 minutes on my side. Because it's heading towards my food time. Plus I've been streaming for like 44 hours now, so I think we got plenty
Hostile
of
forces
matches.
detected. Orders are to deplete enemy sustainability.
And by that point we should have a lot more.
Neutralize enemy forces behind a lot of time frame.
Oh, that was nasty.
Caution, will all levels critical. Board functionality at risk. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again.
We push in hard.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Advantage. I'm just getting lost on 4 different sides, am I? I couldn't get the kill in time. Damn it. Thank goodness my teammates for that though.
Critical damage sustained.
That situation.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I really
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Health scan initiated. Advise critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Just couldn't get him at go in time. I have one more.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I was thinking I was time.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Only half the time allotted of this operation remains. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary
Got to
shutdown.
Devon just in time. Maybe he was quiet. I just didn't know when.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Stop it, Devon. I will have to look into that.
Critical damage sustained.
Thanks for letting me know.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
As soon as the match ends, I will definitely look into the problem. But now I can't because you can see.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired. Sustainability of enemy forces reduced to 50%. Sustainability of enemy forces at critical level. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. The flames burn bright again.
Give me a sec, I'm gonna replug my audio.
Critical
first.
damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Is that any better?
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Alright. Thank goodness. Sorry about that. I had to wait until I died to be able to diagnose the issue. I thought I'd try that since it was the quicker fix. I thought you were saying like my microphone sounded a bit, you know, weird because it does have like a buzz. So for next time I know what you mean when you guys say that the audio sounds a bit robotic. Just need to replug my peripherals real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bob. I misread it and thought it was my microphone. Something may have come out a bit loose in one of the audios. Sure. I'm guessing that's probably what happened. What you're saying? I will have to put a bit of the PSA into the VOD for that. people are aware that it sounds a bit robotic-y. Ah, yeah. For me, I can't tell, like, it sounded fine in my ears, so that's why I didn't really give it 2 thoughts. So, when you guys said it sounded robotic, I thought you meant my microphone, because I know that that's an issue. The microphone tends to just not behave itself after a little while. Wait, was it robotic for the entire stream, or is it just being like since Tomato has complained about it?
Hostile. Neutralize enemy forces
Just
with
being
9
all
allotted time.
that's not gonna be easy to justify.
Will all levels critical. Foreign functionality at risk.
Just the cat sounds going crazy. I think it sounded normal to start. Alright. So at least then I can say like this part is just, a bit robotic.
Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
I think that
Critical
was
damage
literally
sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
cats and disabled, and I got completely deleted in this realm of existence.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Yeah, I'm not giving you another charge. Ooh, 21. Oh, his name Marvin. Biden. Get in there.
My anger burns brighter.
Plus, he had to take on the supreme leader of North Korea.
Burn in the flames of envy. Trash. Only half the time allotted on this operation remains.
Cool. It really do be like that sometimes.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained.
Ow.
Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. The flames burn bright again.
Leave me
Critical
alone.
damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Man, just keeps on coming.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
We both took a
Assistance
risk there.
required.
I just lost on my one. To be fair, I have a hope that I was gonna get revived, which I did.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
I just had to do something.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Caution, allotted operation time almost expired. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
There were a lot of people crowding on me. I was trying to figure it out. Uh-oh.
Critical damage
I have no more
sustained.
healing.
Commencing temporary
damn it,
shutdown.
thanks.
Assistance required.
Alright, we need to come back here. I think.
The flames burn bright again. Sustainability of enemy forces reduced to 50%.
There we go. Go on, Jet Biden. Get in there.
Burns brighter. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Oh, man. I got time for one more match, and I'm calling it. Oh, we're finishing it off with some large facility interior. Win or lose, it's the last one. Let's make it a good one.
Forces detected. Orders are to deplete and
I'll check the bot later as well and see how bad the
neutralize enemy forces within a lot of time frame. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Spawn.
The flames burn bright again.
Nothing you can do with that.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required.
Oh, that was nasty. I need some backup.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. Assistance required. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown. The flames burn bright again. Caution, will all levels critical. Board functionality at risk.
Oh no!
Health scan initiated. Advise treatment of injuries.
That was a dirty mine. That was good.
time a loaded of this operation remains. Sustainability of enemy forces reduced to 50%. Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
No Biden.
The flames burn bright again.
I'll set him on the right path.
My anger burns brighter.
I don't know what he's shooting at. I'm not even kidding.
Burn in the flames of envy. Trash. Current orders cannot be carried out. Reverting to basic orders.
Joe Biden makes it.
Arrival successful. Please minimize waste.
Oh
Fully
my
caution.
God.
Allotted operation
Biden
time
doesn't
almost
look good.
expired.
I'm kind of scared. These accessories I make are just like
Sustainability of enemy forces at critical levels.
accessories at this point. I think they're silly. I take a couple punch shots and then walk away from that fight. And then get completely comboed.
Redeployment complete. Please minimize wasteful expenditure of life.
Oh, that was a lovely shot. I was not letting my hard work get undone.
Critical damage sustained. Commencing temporary shutdown.
Alright,
Critical damage sustained.
just stay on
Commencing
standby
temporary
here.
shutdown. Assistance
No,
required.
I will, I'm leaving on this match. Let me know. There we go. Woo, that was a good one to end on. I'm not even gonna lie. As much as I like to keep the streak going, I gotta go. So, yes. Thanks to everyone for joining, and see you next time. And good luck getting into the match as well, Noir.